All right, we up. We live. Looks like everything's working properly. Sorry it took me so long to get online today. I slept really late this morning. So we're gonna have a bit of a later stream. I will eventually end up back on the same schedule I was on before. My schedule will just kind of naturally rotate. Eventually I'll just stay up one night or something like that. And then start the stream at 11. And then we'll be back to the regular time, and it'll just keep rotating like this because I am pretty much incapable of living on a 24-hour schedule. It's just not really how my body works. We need so much more silicone. All right. And some more cobalt paste. All right. And some more duraluminum. All right. And some more plastanium. Over here, do it in this one. On the bright side, I get to have all that water just built up, which was just fantastic. I wanted to go into the deep desert today and set up my base, well, this week, and set up my base and just only be in the deep desert. Oh, you know what I don't have on right now? My fucking chat, because I'm an idiot. My mouse without borders isn't even on right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm dumb. Hang on. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. So I can see what people have to say. Alright. Did I minimize it or did I close it? I'm all the way stupid. I closed it. How did that happen? Oh, hello. It's funny, my mouse still works on both computers. When I use my mouse without borders, I don't know why. But it does. You see me moving around and like clicking the button, trying to get this thing to work. Just taking a moment to load up. It's always something with me, isn't it? Always something. Can't seem to get it all done right the first time. While we're just sitting here staring at nothing, so I had a really interesting conversation yesterday with some folks who I was talking to on Reddit, actually. We were talking a lot about, you know, a legitimate crafting system following the roguelite sort of the roguelite game model. Just talking and fleshing that idea out a little bit. And honestly, I can't get that thought out of my head. It is literally taking over my life. Okay, can I please have my restream in my chat? Let's try turning it off. And let's go in and start it again. I'm gonna lose it if you don't freaking work. Gonna freaking lose it if you don't freaking work. Alright. I think we're good now. Let's go back in here. Let's go get onto one of my channels real quick and we'll type something and we'll see if it's actually working or not. Is this working? Hey, look at that. Look at that. I'm so fucking good at life. Okay, we're back in it. We're back on it. What are we going to be doing? So I left a chest out here. It was not, like, in my base. I'm actually a little worried. It did not get destroyed. Okay, life is good. We got tons of our resources that we were planning on bringing with us out into the deep desert, which we're not going to do this week anymore, but maybe we'll do it next week. We got all these water catchers. None of them have anything in them. I only have 5 of these. So let's go back to being a little crazy here. Let's go ahead and build. Let's get our utilities. So every one of these means we can make 2 more water catchers. So let's just make 2 of these. Uno. Dos. And then let's make a couple more water catchers. I have all of the resources, I think, for all this stuff. I should be able to have 10 of these. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. And I should be able to have 5 of these. So let's make 3 directional wind turbines here. And then let's just go down to our base and get these turned on. By filling them up with lubricant, bammo. We have 7 hours of power. So we need to go ahead and get a lot more lubricant. We'll probably go ahead and move it to the front of the line here. So let's go in here. Let's look. What do we have? We need fuel cells. All right. So we'll get some fuel cells. In the meantime, we definitely need to make some filters, which we need plant fibers for. Okay. So plant fibers and fuel cells, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're after. That's what we're after. And this week, instead of cannibalizing my base to go into the deep desert, I'm just going to focus on getting all of the things that I need to go into the deep desert sort of independently of what exists in my current base. So we can just leave the current base up and then go into the deep desert. I think it's going to be the better option. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited in general. I've changed my morning regimen a little bit as far as, you know, some things that I take to try and improve my mood and my energy levels and stuff like that. And I'm actually pretty up. Pretty energized. I need to start exercising. Maybe I will start exercising. If I can get some exercise in, maybe I should set up like a schedule. I was watching something the other day that said just doing 10 body weight squats every 45 minutes over the course of an 8-hour day is better for your blood circulation and stuff than doing than having a 20-minute walk or a 30-minute walk every day. So, you know, 10 squats is super quick, super easy. I'm a real fat out of shape dude. So it'll probably actually make me sore for a while. But I have myself a mace bell that I bought a while back, maybe a year or so ago, that I was intending to use, but my neighbor's dog at my old house, I could never go outside because my neighbor's dog would never shut the hell up, and it would just like come to the fence and bark and growl at me and stress me the fuck out, so I didn't ever go outside to do that in the backyard. But yeah, maybe I can get something going on with the mace bell, something going on. Just get a little fitness in. I don't really care about how I look, right? I'm a big old fat guy. I don't date. I don't really give a shit. But I would like to maybe have a little more energy throughout the day. I definitely get tired. I definitely get groggy. I'd like to improve my blood flow, not for the sake of my physical body, but for the sake of my mind. I want to feel more awake throughout more of my day. I don't like feeling sleepy. I don't like feeling unfocused. I don't like feeling that stuff. And a lot of that has to do with blood flow. A lot of that has to do with making sure that your brain is getting, the nutrients and stuff it needs, and mine just isn't. Because I'm a fat fuck. So we're gonna rectify some of that maybe. Maybe we'll start today. We'll stream for 45 minutes and then we'll do 10 squats. And then we'll stream for 45 minutes, maybe an hour. We'll do 10 squats. Try and drink lots of water. Just try and get into a rhythm. Because I can pretty much do anything if it's the same thing every day, right? I'm really good at following a schedule. I don't necessarily follow a schedule very well when it comes to what time of day I do something, but I'm really good at following a schedule based on my relative time of day, right? So it takes me about the same amount of time every single day to get up and get my stream ready. And then I stream for about the same amount of time every day. And I eat at about the same time every day. And I eat about the same thing every day. There's not a ton of variation in my daily schedule. So if I can get that schedule to include a little bit of exercise, then I think it'll be better for the stream, honestly. Because I will be, this is me awake. This is me, having a conversation and having inflection in my voice, and this sounds infinitely better than I'm kind of tired and I'm just like sitting here playing the game, and I'm not really in a bad mood. I'm just a little sleepy. I don't even know if I can replicate how I sound when I'm a little groggy, when I'm actively like awake and feel good. So I think it's time. I think I've spent a year, on this platform doing this, almost a year. And I haven't done it right. I haven't gone out of my way to make changes to my life that will improve the quality, consistency, and value of my content like I should. And that's just not right. I think it's that time. Put the work in. Anyway. Pretty sure I'm just talking to myself at this point, but that's fine. It's a big part of streaming, honestly. Talking to yourself. It's a big part of my life. This is normally how I make my decisions is, it's all in my head, right? And I talk through these same logical points and stuff like that. So this is very much how I go about deciding the things in my life. Now I'm just doing it out loud instead of quietly in my mind. So I have 10 of these large water catchers. So to get all day today worth of water, I need 300 plant fibers. That's some math I did a long time ago, and honestly, I don't believe that I remember that number, but it is 300. I do need 300. So hopefully we'll get to 300 before we run out of real estate here. Come on. We're at 195, so we need 21 more plant fiber plants. I really wish we had some sort of a scythe or a sickle or something like that that we could use. You know, we've got these dew reapers, but they are scythes. It'd be cool if they could double as like plant fiber gatherers. That'd be super dope. Because I need plant fibers. I need so many plant fibers. Like, holy shit with the plant fibers. And the fact that you can only get 5 of them, I mean, it feels like it was just a huge oversight. Right? Like they always intended to give us something that we could gather more plant fibers with and then just like forgot that you even needed plant fibers for things. I don't know. It feels weird. Feels real fucking weird. Hey, I just need 2 more plants and we're good. There's surely 2 more plants on the route here. There's 3 more right over there. We'll obviously pick up, you know, extras. Give me my plant fibers. Give me my plant fibers. Yeah, I want some plants now. So did anybody see the update yesterday? We got a dev update, which was super huge. Tons of really, really good information came out of the dev update. Not really specifics about what's being done, but some really interesting, or some really good information, not really interesting information. Information that we wanted to hear, though, sort of an affirmation of what we as players expect out of, you know, the development teams and stuff when we play video games, especially live service games that have, you know, DLCs and cosmetics and stuff like that that you might pay for. You really have a certain amount of expectations about the dev team maintaining the integrity and the enjoyment of the game. So we got a ton of sort of affirmation of that from the dev update yesterday, where they put out, you know, hey, these are the steps that we're taking. We have this dedicated team that's only working on, you know, preventing hacks and preventing exploits and stuff like that. And of course, right, if you have a video game, if you're a development company, you have a live service game, 100% you have a team that's working on that, right? That's minimum. You have to have a team working on that because people are going to hack, people are going to cheat, people are going to exploit. And for the sake of the remainder of your player base, you have no choice but to go in and identify those people and get rid of them, right? You gotta get the bad apples out of there so they don't ruin the whole batch. And so there's never been a game that I played where I thought, oh, these people don't have anybody worrying about, cheat detection or, getting rid of hacks, getting rid of cheats, stuff like that. It's never even like occurred to me that a game was just like, nope, we can't do nothing about hacks. But to have it affirmed, right? To have somebody come out and say like, hey, we have a team. This is, what they're doing. Here's some things they've done. Is really nice because normally there's so much obscurity. I think they go really, really overboard with like, we don't want to let you know anything about what we're doing to prevent hacks because it might help the hackers. And like, sure, okay, maybe, but also give me some fucking information. Right? This sucks. I need to know what's going on. I actually think I moved. Yeah, put it in this one. But did I put it in this lower one? What the hell? I was feeling weird the other day. Why'd I put it in here? I was feeling real weird the other day. Nope. Oh, goodness. I did not realize how many of these I had gotten. Holy shnikes. Wow, I actually filled up my assault ornithopter. Nice. Yo, that's a good one. That's a good little run. I need to just like build up an ass ton of fuel cells. Nice. All right, let's go make some stuff. Make these things we need. I'm actually probably going to have to cancel some of the stuff that we've started because, like, these require 300 water. I have way more water. I just don't have it set up right, so we can, like, close that off. And then we'll go over here. We can start up as many of these as I can. Nice 23. And we'll come over here and we'll start up some fuel, lubricants. Let's see, 399. Is that because of the spice residue, the silicone? Yeah, it's because of the silicone. So we got like a whole nother 1,000 silicone coming, so we're just going to go ahead and burn all this silicone. We need so much more silicon now. Because of how much industrial lubricant we're going to need to go through. I mean, that's one, right? Each of these is 1 hour. And it makes 10, so each of these is 10 hours. So that's actually like 4,000 hours. So never mind. We might not have to give a shit. That's going to be a lot. Holy crap. Yeah, But then let's go. Start back up this duraluminum. And then pick up what's in there. And then start up that duraluminum. It looks like I'll probably have to put away some of this jasmium, but we're good. And a lot of stuff getting done. Right, a lot of plastanium, a lot of all that stuff. We have almost 400 melange, which is awesome. We built ourselves a rocket launcher the day before yesterday when we were getting prepared for this week in the deep desert. So it looks like our silicone and our water is really what's preventing us from crafting any more of these weapons. I don't really care about these weapons. What I do care about is I need to go ahead and make this. So silicon blocks, we'll get to that. This is the last of the advanced fabricators that I need. So I have everything there. And then we can really start looking into making some of that higher tier gear, right? Do I have any higher tier armor blueprints, or is it all still suits? Ooh, I can get my tier 6 soft step boots. That'd be pretty dope. I have tier 6 scout leggings or light armor leggings. Tier 6 light armor gloves. I don't really want to be using the light armors. Oh, this has dart mitigation too. Ooh. I actually like this. We're definitely going to be using this. Pincushion gauntlet is good. I need to use these skill points up. Honestly, I need to get a whole skill build together. I need to really sit down. Of course, that'll require me to actually go through and beat the Benny Jez and the Swordmaster skill lines. Gosh, I have so much work still to do in this game. I have played so many hours, and I haven't accomplished dick. It's kind of impressive. This game has so much stuff to do. Since we have all those other fuel cells going towards things, we're going to go ahead and deposit all of my fuel cells here into the fuel generators, and now we've got a day 22 hours. Nice. We ought to be looking real good. Let's go see what each of my generators seems to have. Because hopefully these regular generators have more than a day. Yeah, it looks like they got 5 days, 5 hours each. We can bring it up to 5 days on those things up there, and we're going to probably start working on replacing these. You know, we don't need to, because we aren't over the limit yet, and I don't think we're ever going to be over the limit. You know, we're 73 of 80. We still got 7 slots left. And I don't even know if we're going to need those slots. Let's take a look at what our power looks like. Yeah, no, we have plenty of power. So, I mean, I guess I'll be getting a large spice refinery, but that'll replace the medium one. It will probably require more power, but I have enough slots. I want to turn this on because this is actually off right now. So let's go ahead. Let's make sure that everything is enabled. Right, so that's enabled. This is enabled. They've got little green lights on them, which I think is cool to let you know that they're turned on. So everything is enabled in here. Let's take all these. Okay, I at least have 20, which means I can put one in each one of these. Yo, what up, Gravy? How are you today? This says it's off, but it's not because it's actually disabled. It's because there's no filter in it. Split. Why isn't that splitting? There we go. Perfect. Oh no, I needed to leave them all at 2 because I have 20. There's only 10 of them out here. Good, doing Landsrad stuff. The guild was 3rd in the top contributors for until a few seconds ago. Nice. Congratulations. Good job, y'all. Good job. Held that 3rd spot for almost a whole day. That's what's up. Trying to farm 18k iron ore now. That Mark 5 cut array really helps. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, how did I deposit 5? Will it allow me to deposit straight out of my... Ooh, it will. Nice, right out of my storages. So I don't even have to carry these things around in my inventory. Fuck yeah. America. Fuck yeah. I should probably move this. Let's do it. We'll put this on circuit 3 for my input so that my completed resources go in here. Honestly, it's probably time for me to make like a legit, because these are exactly halves, right? But make a little half wall. Hang on. So I could probably do like a little half wall. And then put a ceiling on it. And then I could put these on the lower part, right? Because this is 1.5 here. No way. No way that doesn't work. You are a friggin' jerk. Here we go. Can I can't really? Are you serious? That might be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. How is that not able to go under there? That's hella stupid. Okay. Guess we'll move everything back over into our little spot here. I don't actually remember which ones are which. Yeah, that one doesn't go there. Hopefully this is the right one. Nope. Alright, we got it. We made it happen. Let's go ahead and fuel. Nice. Now we're up to 5 days. I wonder where the rest of that fuel's going right now. How much of it has been made and stuff. We might be getting a little crazy with the fuel. Might need to knock that out. Yeah, we are getting a little crazy with the fuel. That's okay. We're gonna be crazy with the fuel. Fuck it. Seems like a great idea. Gonna go crazy on you. Go ahead and turn this into circuit number 3 here. We'll take these things out. Put them where they belong. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We even got some extra water. We're up to 9 water now, so we can have 900k. I would like to get all the way up to 1 million. Because we've got 1.5 million in water per day now. Which is awesome. It's not enough, but it'll be enough over time. Okay, this is fantastic. We're kind of in a pretty good spot now. It's taken me a really long time to get here, but I feel pretty good about where we're at. The Eviscerator. Okay. So what's the next thing? Let's go. Let's go see about some testing stations out here. I know that there is a lasgun blueprint available this week. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. I think I'd like to get the lasgun blueprint. I probably won't be able to because it's probably out in the PvP zone. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to beat one of those in my current gear and skill state. Honestly, I'm going to have a hard time beating a regular one in the PvE zone. Much less, you know, potentially having to fight other players. Be awful. This will be my first foray into the deep desert this week, because I didn't play at all yesterday. My internet was being totally jacked up yesterday. I tried a bunch of stuff on my computer to try and fix it, but my dumbass never thought to reset my router. So I spent hours on my computer thinking maybe it was something to do with just the speed of my computer was being bad. So I went and defragmented, because I still have a hard disk drive on my computer, not a solid state. But I defragmented my drive, and I went through and I got rid of a ton of like random games and different programs I downloaded over the years that I thought I had uses for and that I never ended up actually using. I did all kinds of stuff to it yesterday trying to get it to run a little better, and I did. Right, it totally worked. The computer definitely feels like it's running better now because I, you know, finally put the time in. But none of that stuff had anything to do with what was going on with my network. And then finally, like at 10 o'clock last night, I remembered, like, oh yeah, I could probably just reset the router. That'd probably work. That was totally the problem. Always, always, always the first step. Unplug it, plug it back in. I know that. I've been doing troubleshooting my entire life. The fact that I managed to go a whole day without remembering the most fundamental rule of troubleshooting is a fucking travesty. Here's one. Perfect. Oh, hey, there's another person down in there, too. Even more perfect. I don't have to worry about trying to go in there by myself. I think everybody likes the Harkonnen light ornithopter skin. Better than the Atreides. I gotta admit, it definitely does look pretty slick. So even the Atreides folks seem to be wearing it. Hey, did you already get everything cleared out in here? Yo, you be my hero. Oh, yeah. This is freaking great, dude. Got all Harkonnen skins. Harkonnen Trader armor set is just so good once they fix the visual bug. Doesn't show the cape. We wear it. Oh, that's right, I need some of these particle capacitors here. Nice. Yeah, I like the way that you get skins in this game. I'm glad to see that instead of just all of it being paid, that they're going the route of having some cool, like, in-game stuff to do to get your skins and shit. I like the idea of betraying the houses. I know that they're trying to make those decisions have some sort of important gameplay thing and like actually have some weight. And so they're making it so that you can only betray a single faction once. You know, for the sake of, like, why would a faction let you back in if you had betrayed them? And from a lore and a gameplay perspective, that seems cool. But from a player perspective, and for an ease of, you know, being able to like play with your friends and stuff like that, that really kind of hurts things. Ooh. A Mark V focused Reaper. Heyo. Ooh, nice. Two little chests. Yo, these are not giving very many particle capacitors. What is up? I actually don't want to be doing this one. Don't know what I was thinking. Like I'm happy to have the Focus Reaper Mark V thing. But I actually want to be doing the ones that can give me potentially Mark 6 stuff. And this first row is all Mark 5s. Which, cool, but not what I'm looking for. So I need to go out into the actual deep desert, into the dunes. But that was nice. Quick little jaunt into a nice Dew Reaper there. A whole lot of little rocks out here. I don't know that I've ever seen quite so many super tiny little rocks like that. It's kind of cool. I love the way the deep desert changes every week, and I love how it seems to be significantly different, or has the possibility to be significantly different. They have quite a few different rock formations Obviously, I'd love to see some more, right? They are a little bit repetitive. You do eventually kind of feel like you've seen all the formations. But would I do love that there's so many of them and they can, set them up in so many different ways. One thing I've noticed is they don't really seem to put them together. I think the randomization they added to the PvP loot respawn time in testing stations is cool. Yeah, so I don't really understand. I know that there was a pretty specific, like every week you had a very specific set of stuff that you could get. And so what did they just randomize it so that now you can kind of get everything? Or oh, you mean the randomization is in how long it takes before it respawns. That's right. That's right. That happened with the patch on the 7th, right? Got it. Got it. Yeah, I haven't really been doing a lot of testing station stuff. I just don't, as a completely solo player, don't really have the power right now to go in and do these. I could probably hit some people up, in the global or something like that and be like, hey, anybody want to do XYZ testing station real quick? I'll probably put together a little 4-person group, no problem, especially for the PvE stuff, but I'll get to a point where I can just do them by myself, and then we'll work on doing the ones in the PvE area. Hang on. What resources is this? Is this carbon? It is carbon. Okay. That's a pretty good little pack of carbon there. It's nice. It's cool that there's all this stuff here in the deep desert. But also, like, honestly, who needs steel? And there's no iron, right? So you can only get the carbon. They did some really weird stuff with some of the resources. The fact that where you can get iron is so limited, and the fact that where you can get oh, somebody already got this. The fact that where you can get iron is so limited, and the fact that where you can get jasmium is so limited is so weird to me. I would love, honestly, to just never have to leave the deep desert, right? I could have my main base, I could keep everything stored there, and literally just come do the weekly wipes out here in the deep desert, and treat it as a legitimate wipe, and just come out here with nothing but what's on my back, and harvest everything, right, to build up my base, and tier it all up without ever using any of the resources that I have in my main area, unless something really drastic happens. Like I lose my ornithopter or something, and then I need to go back and like remake an ornithopter, or something like that would be really, really fun. But I can't really do that right now because you can't get jasmium, you can't get iron, you can't get any of the stuff you need for those mid-tier industrialization tiers, right? Because steel and duraluminum tier are where all of your extra power, all of your water catchers, all of that stuff is made at. All your wind turbines and stuff. So it feels a little bit strange not to be able to get iron, not to be able to get jasmium out here. This doesn't feel like it quite works, you know what I mean? And I understand jasmium's a radioactive material, right? So it's got to be in a radiation zone. But that's cool. Let's put some radiation zones out here, right? Why have we not seen any radiation zones in the deep desert yet? Seems super strange to me. Oh, is that a stravidium? That is a stravidium. Woohoo! Pretty stravidium. I think there might be a titanium right over here. Or is that a carbon? Or not a carbon, a copper. There you go. That's the fucking word I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. Well, so one person gets the loot, but there's enough loot for everybody, right? Because then the way they set it up is in the PvE area, each person can only get a maximum of 1 blueprint. But in the PvP area, you can get 2 to 6 blueprints. So even if only one person gets the loot, like as long as you can trust people. You can spread that shit around a little bit. Which, I mean, I don't trust anybody, right? The way the PvP system is set up right now, unless you were in my guild, which I don't have one, I have no reason to trust you even a little bit. My only option, really, is to assume that you're an enemy, even if we're working together. You join a party with them, you don't take damage. Well, sure, but you can close the party out anytime, right? You can just leave the party. Or if you're the party leader, kick them out of the party. So when it comes to the loot room, I mean, you know, you help people get all the way down to the loot room. Maybe it's 3 people who are in a guild, and then they just want a 4th person to help to make it easier. Then you get all the way down to the loot room, they kick you out of the party. Shoot you in the face a couple of times real quick. You go down, they loot up. My time in PvP survival games has made me very, very cynical. I just assume everybody's out to get me. Because let's face it, for the most part, they totally are. Really gotta start remembering to bring freaking scan probes with me. And just scan these areas instead of flying around like an asshole. Do I even have any extra fuel on me? Nope. I'm so bad at this game. It's just depressing. Alright, if I don't get a new... Or if I don't find one of these testing stations here pretty soon, I'll just go back. Actually, it looks like we're about to hit a big empty dead spot here. But there's not one on this little rock formation. Then I'll just head back to base. I gotta get some fuel, get some scouting probes. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's here. What's this right here? Is that more stravidium? There's a surprising amount of stravidium in the B sector here. Honestly, I have no idea, Gravy. You can make it say, good quality if you equip your cut array and then get into the cut array seat and then cut array with the buggy cut array. Then it'll say, like, good quality, but you won't get any more. It just says good quality. Yeah, it is. It doesn't actually have any effect. I assume that poor quality is just the default. What up, Taco? I assume that poor quality is just like the default response. So that there wasn't like an error message or something, it just defaults to poor quality. And then good quality is only something that is registered based on the regular cut array. It may be an incomplete system, it may be that they just didn't want the buggy to have the same system. I don't really know. You know, I'm doing fantastic, Taco. Excited for this new week. I was gonna only stay in the deep desert this week, but because my internet was being stupid yesterday, I didn't get to play. And so we'll just wait and do that again next week. This week we'll prepare a little better for it. How are you? What are you getting up to? Yeah, sometimes my internet's dumb. Sometimes I'm dumb. I could have fixed it like right away. All I had to do was just reset my router. But instead I spent like 4 hours like going through and deleting old programs that I wasn't using and trying to free up hard disk space and stuff like that so that maybe I could help make it run a little better, and going through and readjusting settings and tweaking things and doing all this shit, thinking maybe it was just my computer being slow. No, it was just my internet. Yeah, well, and so I totally know that. Like, I've been a maintenance person for my entire life. Like, I know that the answer is unplug it and plug it back in. That's always the answer. And my dumb ass just spent hours and hours and hours fucking with shit. All I had to do was unplug it and plug it back in. But my computer's running better now because I did a ton of stuff to it, so I had been neglecting some of my software maintenance. So it's fine. We're still getting invisible loot, huh? No, never mind. I didn't realize I had put so much stuff in there. Why are there 400 fuel cells in there? I'm just a dumbass. Yeah, I should be better about mine, but I don't like not playing my video games to do fucking maintenance work. So I end up just playing my video games and not doing my maintenance work. Because I'm a child. I came up here to look at something. What was it? I don't know. Let's go get fuel. Where do you find agave seeds? There's a Landsrad thing for one. In the Odom. So this area where I have my base and where we had the field base before. I'll go show you what they look like here real quick. There's usually one right next to my base. It's dark and I can't see shit. Here we go. It's these little plants right here. So they look like yuccas. Right? They're like really small yuccas with really big stems. And they got all the red shit on the top. And when you pick them, all the little red seeds go away. But yeah, it's like a really small yucca. Yeah, unfortunately, you only get 5 each pull. They're used to make the iodine pills so that you can get rid of the radiation and stuff easier. I think that's their only function, which is a little weird, but whatever. I kind of wish we could grow them. Be cool if I could just have some agave plants in my inventory or in my base. Especially if I could make me some tequila. Some spiced tequila. Oh yeah. Actually, I bet you. Hang on. Plant fiber. It's weird to me that this doesn't take the agave seeds. Oh, yeah, there's the iodine pills. Yeah, they should totally make this spiced liquor take agave seeds, since agave is what you use to make tequila. Total fucking miss on their part. How sad. I want to make these. Let's see, this gives 3.6 water yield. Let's see what my new special one gives. 4.9? Nice. No, I've never tried Mezcal. Never tried Mezcal. The only real exotic liquor that I've ever tried was, the Green Fairy. Fuck. Don't remember what its actual name is. But when we were over in Dubai for my deployment in the Navy, we stopped off in one of the places in the UAE, and we had some with this guy who owned a bar there. Yeah, I used to be a big drinker. I'm not really anymore, but I would definitely never pass up an opportunity to try absinthe. There you go. That is correct. But they did the whole thing, you know, poured it over the sugar cube and all that. We had that. We had some Blue Label while we were there. This bartender guy, or bar owner, I guess he wasn't just a bartender. The guy who owned the little place that we went into was super, super nice. Hung out with us all day, took us to go smoke some hookah. We ended up having a really great time hanging out with him, but I would never, you know, that's one of those things that you're not going to experience on a regular basis. So I just wouldn't ever pass up an opportunity to try something like that just one time, you know? Like, hey, this is probably the only situation I'm ever going to be in where I really get to experience this. Let's just do it. And if I didn't like it, then, you know, that sucks. Might ruin my night, but it's just one night. Whatever. I feel the same way about food. I feel the same way about pretty much everything. You can always change your mind and abort. But there you go. Absolutely. I guess that's one of those things you can't change your mind and abort. You're riding that trip till it comes to an end, no matter what. But worm, water tastes funny. I was muted while I was talking about that worm, I think. But it scared the poo out of me. Came right up under me and started going directly in the direction I was going. I know it was totally random. Still, it's fucked up. I think this game was intentionally trying to scare the crap out of me. Why are you scaring the poo out of me? Silly game. Supposed to be like in a safe space here. We're in the PvE zone. We got worms just tracking us down. And maybe go out into the deep desert, scout that a little more thoroughly. Find the big spice blows, just so I know where they are, so I can look for spice late at night. We're in a new region here. Let's go ahead and just land on this big tall dune. This is the thing I like about probing the deep desert. You don't really have to worry about where you probe from. Pretty much the top of any of the big dunes will do. Just don't turn on your Holtzman shield and piss off the worms. It'll be a bad day. Somebody just got some spice from right there. What are we looking at? No testing stations. Why? Why are there never any testing stations? Hello. I see you. Even though it has a relatively low population, I have a remarkably active server. Especially out in the deep desert. I see people out here all the time. Need to get out 5 more meters, huh? Stupid game making me try so hard. So you're probably about to pass another level here. Oh yeah. One control. Okay, seriously? Where are my testing stations? I'm gonna get mad. Love like Betty. Ram-a-lam, love like Betty. Nope. I'm in a new zone. I think right up here is probably where I need to go. Nice. $83 more points. Probably gonna go ahead and get just some more weapons here. Although I don't really know. I guess the Karpov would be alright. And the snub nose, sure. We're gonna have everything fairly soon. Still no testing stations, though. Got a little spice over there. I should probably go get that, but meh. I'm on a mission. Ooh. This side's too high. This side's just right, and I accidentally took off my cut array. Yeah, gonna get some blueprints. Or not. Why does this game hate me? Porque why? Let's see. Don't need that. Don't need that. Keep everything else. But maybe put it all in here. Or at least the heavy stuff. Let's see, that's pretty heavy. Spice is pretty heavy. Those are pretty heavy, those are pretty heavy. Actually, can I just fit it all in there? Look at that. Can't fit it almost all in there. Whoops. Overheated. Ruh-roh, Reggie. It does feel a little bit adventurous to be shooting off these probes on the open sand dunes. Just laughing in the face of the danger of the worms. I am not afraid. This person really likes their, like, downtown corporate building aesthetic, don't they? Giant ass windows in every single grid here. Oh, goodness. Oh. This says radiation. No fucking way. Oh, it's a radiation shipwreck with 3 entrances. Okay. There's not jasmium here, though. Just a radiation shipwreck. Sad. These people, I'm sure, are all kind of camping this thing out. It's a good thing to camp out, though, because radiation and stuff means you got to go in there with a rad suit. So most people aren't gonna have a rad suit out here with them. That's probably a really good thing to kind of lock down and get yourself your blueprints that way. I can dig it. I think that's a good plan. I only have one more probe left. I don't think I want to probe this zone that I'm in right now. I think it's mostly empty. I probably want to go ahead and go to the next zone. Probe there. So I can just kind of see there isn't a lot of rock formation here. Looks like there's some decent rock formation in the next little area. We'll just fly over these rocks. We'll get close enough that if there is a testing station, we'll see it on our little compass. And if there's not, then it won't matter. Looks like maybe just north of here there'll be another good section to check too. Alright, let's just do a little hop, skip, and a jump to the next section north. And since we'll be out of probes, we'll do it the old-fashioned way of just hopscotching from rock formation to rock formation. See if we can't find something. Actually, I might just fly over this rock formation. I bet you this one has one. Yep, there it is. So something I want to be careful of here. People suck. And this is a assault ornithopter. So I want to find somewhere that I can kind of wedge this in. So that people can't come and just like ram it. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Put it right down here. So if somebody has a buggy or something, or even another assault copter, they can probably still get that rammed off the edge, given enough time. Been pushed out into the desert and thumpered. But hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully we can try and go down in here and do our thing. You get an automatic checkpoint when you go into these, so you don't actually have to bring the respawn points and stuff like a lot of folks do. You'll be able to just respawn right at the beginning. I guess these people didn't want to have to make that run down some of there or something, I don't know. But you do just get a checkpoint. Oh, is this the same layout as the one that I did just a little while ago? I think it might be. You know what I don't have equipped in my hotbar? Friggin' bandages. It's crazy to me how many hits these things can take. I mean, I have a really good, unique drill shot going on right now. And I am just like massacring this guy. He just lived forever. That was crazy. Oop. Yeah, it's the burst drill shot. And it's not the Regis, it's the duraluminum tier. The adept. But still. Hey, Zed Lay, what's up? You're right. I should have my shield on. I always forget my shield. Like, always. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Love to see the new face. Yeah, I would love to get the blueprint for the Regis. Just haven't quite gotten there yet. I'm wearing totally duraluminum tier, mostly unique right now. This is, yep. All right, so once you come in here, you're stuck. Whoops. That's too bad. All right, so we've got 2 regular shooter enemies. I feel like normally there's looks like 3 regular shooter enemies in here. Normally there's a heavy in these loadouts. Oh, there we go. No? Looks like it's just a bunch of regular shooter enemies. Okay. Looks like there's 4 of them though. 4 or 5. So this is going to be a tough one, but... Thankfully from this distance, I think I have a pretty significant advantage. If I can, you know, hit the enemies. This sniper rifle is Thurfir's best. And it still feels like it takes so much to take these things down. There you go. I'm into range of my little turret here. Yeah, this is Thurfir's best, the sniper. Ooh. They are not messing around in these deep desert testing stations, though. They make you earn that plastanium tier gear. Nice. Yeah, this one's nice and short. I dig it. I'm gonna have to remember where this one's at. Come back to this every hour or so until I feel like I've got everything and I'm starting to get lots and lots of doubles. Really? This is the same thing we had last week or 2 weeks ago, was this Walker engine. I have like 8 of those. Gross. I mean, I know I'm still in the PvP zone, but damn. So that is a pretty quick layout. Doesn't have a ton of resources and stuff in it. But mostly you're here for the schematics anyway, so. Good one to be clearing fairly frequently. All right, good deal. Who that is there? Who that is? It'd be really cool if there was another testing station just right here. Fantastic. Doesn't look like it. But there's quite a bit of rocks in this zone too, so we're gonna go ahead and drop a scan probe. This is our last one. Get a little IRL water here. What a bummer. I'm gonna crash into that dude just for grins. There is actually a purpose behind that stuff. Is a lot of times when you try and crash into people, they'll start to try to avoid you. And I do find that it's good little practice for trying to control your vehicle. It's kind of a butt-face thing to do, but whatever. Kind of a butt-face. Sometimes. Um. Oh, I'm out in the actual PvP area, aren't I? When did that happen? Hello? There's no way that this testing station I was in was in the PvP section. But it was right on the edge, wasn't it? I don't remember going all the way into the E zone. It's not that far out. A, B, C, E, E. Yeah, no, guess I am. Holy crap. Did not expect that. Yeah, so it's right on the edge because it's right there. That's crazy. Okay, well, let's head to the west here. And we'll go through and we'll look for rock formations that maybe could have more testing stations in them. I definitely need more testing stations. I need some blueprints. That's one of the things that we're really lacking right now. And, you know, I have, I don't know, 400 or 500 plastanium. I have almost 400 spice melange just chilling. So if I could get some decent blueprints and start tearing up into some unique plastaniums, that would be really great. I would like to be sort of all the way into the unique plastanium tier. To start doing some harassing, some PvPing, some stuff like that. Because I'm all by myself, I need to be as powerful as I can be. I need to be secure in the tier that I'm in. Because I want to be able to replace stuff, right? I'm gonna die, I'm gonna lose things, I'm gonna get thumpered. That stuff's just gonna happen. But I want to start messing with people on this server. Because that's what's gonna keep me entertained in the long run. Until they fix the faction system. And we start having, you know, a legitimate reason to ally. And so I'm going to run factionless until the faction system is fixed. And then I'll see about joining the factions that I don't like and going through their quest lines. And ranking myself up and getting all of their cosmetics and all that stuff. Hey, what's up, Lycan? How are you today? Oh. That's the PvP zone. People make some interesting structures out here. There's not very much space out here for very long, is there? People start putting down their deep desert bases like right away. Yeah, the first couple aren't. It's difficult to understand exactly what you need to prepare to really go out into the deep desert until you've been out there a couple of times and kind of understand. Gotta have plenty of fuel, gotta have plenty of water, gotta bring your cutter ray, gotta bring your compactor, probably some scout probes just so you can see what you're doing if you're looking for something specific like I am, because we're looking for testing stations. There are some websites that you can use, especially for things like testing stations. They work really well because, you know, they have them all marked already pretty quick during the day, during that first day. I don't like to use those. I like to just fly around and find them on my own. Server's kind of hopping though. I've seen a whole lot of people out here today. Were you able to get any spice or any plastanium, or did you die, or what kind of happened? There's some titanium and the other one's tritium. Realized I don't have more fuel, so I had to leave. Yeah, that's what happened to me the first time. Ran out of fuel. Thankfully, if you know the infinite glide technique, then even if you're on fumes, you can make it all the way back. At least on a scout copter. That's awesome, though. That reminds me of when I first started driving a motorcycle when I was in my early 20s. I ran out of gas as I was pulling into a town and coasted down the off ramp into a gas station to fill up. It was one of my first long distance trips. I went from southern New Mexico up to Albuquerque. So it was like a, I don't know, 3 hour ride. But I had never gone that far before. And especially I'd never gone that far before all by myself. Normally I was riding with somebody else. Just was not quite prepared. Is that a little one or is that a medium one? If it's a medium one, I'll probably go risk it. But I think it's a little one. I don't know that there are any other freaking testing stations out here. And I guess we've got quite a bit of space still to look. Dang. Might just be that one. My poor Thopter is busted. Wings are broken, PSU's broken, engine's on the way out. Been putting this thing to work. Oops. I've been having a conversation with some people on Reddit about a crafting system for MMO games that isn't just a garbage ass menu. And my hope, my idea sort of for the future of MMO crafting systems is to adapt the roguelite or roguelike system to crafting. So I've been having I mean, it's been like a couple of days I've been having this conversation now over on Reddit, on the MMO Reddit. But I was looking to see if they had responded, and they have. So I'm going to go read those responses real quick. Once we get into the world map here. And just kind of see where the conversation's going. One of them is starting to upset me. All right, let's get back to base here. Although I don't know why I'm returning to base. It's actually kind of a bad habit I have. Is I return to my base quite a bit more often than I actually need to. And it significantly slows me down. But I kind of like to play that way. I don't really want to go out and stay out for a super extended period of time. I'd rather go out, spend an hour and a half kind of out in the world and then come back to my base and just kind of fuck around for an hour, 45 minutes. I don't know why that loop is how I do stuff. But I mean, even in Minecraft and stuff, that was always what I was doing. I wouldn't leave for a super extended period of time. I like to come back to my home base. Have we gotten any of our silicon made? No. Are we seriously still making these ridiculous ass? Jeez, we are. I should probably stop these. I really don't think I need that many more of these. Or even as many as I have. I'm making a pretty ridiculous amount of lubricant right now. Yeah, I get a lot of lubricant. Let's see. Can I, if I can't use it all right now, if I can't just refuel and it uses it all up, then we'll stop it. Yeah. So we have more than we're even possible to fill up an entire, or all of my directional turbines. So we'll go ahead and nix the rest of these. And let it start doing this other stuff. Maybe went a little overboard with the lubricants. Something I do maybe want is I kind of want to make one of these storm riders. Because it reduces the heat. But I don't think I quite have the extra resources to make that a viable option at this point. What are we looking at with the water? Ooh, we're already up to 100k. Yo. That's fantastic. Having 10 of those water things is great. I do have to say, I understand why it doesn't, but I really wish that every time you exited your ornithopter, it put you on top of it. I don't like coming out in the back underneath it. It's just not a super convenient place. I guess in a PvP situation, if you came out on top of it, that would kind of suck because people would know. And so they just shoot on top. And that's probably a much easier place to hit you than down underneath, but still. I would for sure rather just pop out on top. I'm gonna have to remake like this whole ornithopter here pretty soon. Especially this PSU was a salvaged PSU. So it definitely is gonna have to get remade. It's not gonna last much longer. I'll probably go ahead and make a Mark 6 for it, because I think the PSU is the thing that deals with your heat. And so I'll be able to use my booster longer if I have a better PSU. But we're going to leave the assault for now. We're going to go back out into the deep desert. But we're going to go with our scout horny. And I want to go like all the way out into the deep desert and kind of see what's going on out there. But let's make sure. I think I've got some pieces that are a little busted here. So let's make sure. That's fine. That's okay. Okay, so at least I recently repaired it, so that's good. That doesn't happen often. It's still just a tier 4 thruster. But tier 4 thruster, tier 6 wings is still 200 kilometers an hour, so I shouldn't have to worry at all about getting killed out here. Accidentally put away my stupid fuel. I'm gonna have to make like a whole ass chem bench just for making fuel, and make a whole ass storage container just for fuel cells, and then never like put it somewhere else, so I only ever take things out of it and don't put fuel in it. Because I don't really ever want to be putting my fuel back away. I always want to have it on me. So if I need it, I can have it. This is flipping obnoxious. I'm only going to be able to go 100 kilometers an hour the whole time I'm out here. The other thing I'd like to see them do is not give us all the same deep desert. I don't know how complicated that would be. You know, there's lots of different worlds, and so I don't know if it would take, you know, a lot of time. But even just randomizing the deep desert layout that you get on your world, I think would be way better instead of picking one every time. And definitely not making it the same one every time. For every world. Because there's already, you know, online resources and stuff like that where you can go and find where all of the primary locations are, right? Where the best resource nodes are, all that stuff. So you've completely eliminated the scouting aspect of the game on a per server basis because there's just so many people going out and doing that stuff and making it, you know, it only takes a couple, right? Like 5 people can do in a matter of hours all of the scouting for literally the entire game because you don't have is that one of the big, I think it is. But this is like the closest one here. I don't know. It seems insane to me that they put so much effort into making the exploration and scouting part of this game like a legitimate gameplay loop, and then they took it all away by not giving every world their own individual deep desert each week. Because, you know, I mean, they said they've got so many deep deserts that you're maybe never going to see the same one twice. And they're constantly making more deep deserts. So, I mean, even if you have 100 layouts, you know, randomizing that 100 layouts would make it rare enough that you would bump into the same layout as another world that, you know, you'd constantly be struggling to try and identify which worlds you had the same layouts as, and it almost wouldn't even be worth it to try and make that determination. But I'd love to see something, you know, that made that a little more prevalent. Made that a little more difficult. And then, you know, individual people who did the scouting on individual worlds would actually have some sort of recourse to sell sync charts or something like that, because there's no value whatsoever in selling sync charts right now. Because it's so easy. You don't really need the map to tell you where stuff is. You can just kind of go fly out there real quick, figure out where everything's at, and then now you know. Or, you know, go to one of these third-party resources, and then, you know. And, you know, it's all great to say, well, that's not the way the game was intended to be played, so just don't do it that way. But, again, gamers optimize. Is always the thing, always the way. Even if we get to a point where you had a different world layout for every single world, or a different deep desert layout for every single world, those third-party programs, those third-party websites would still exist, and they would still keep track of where every deep desert location was for every world. You just have to select your world and then it'd be on there. But it would take significantly more effort from the community to get those maps completed. And so, it would still be a good use of time. And making a randomizer for that, I mean, that's just, it doesn't seem like it would be so difficult. I don't know what their back end architecture looks like. I don't know, how connected each of the worlds are. Are they all drawing from some central data hub? And so you would have to replicate that data hub if you wanted to have a system like that or something like that for every world. I don't know. Definitely seems like something that should be getting looked into. Worm. Black. I hate it when it's dark. I think it's way more difficult to see what the hell's going on out there. La Black Betty, Ram Lamb. I don't know why I have that song stuck in my head. I feel like these big spice plumes are almost in the exact same spot they were in last week. I guess this one's a little more centralized, and that other one is more to the 1, 2, 3 side. Because the one that was super close last time was right down the middle in Sector 5, but still. It seems pretty easy to keep track of like what you should do to find them out here. I assume there's probably one more though, because I've found 3 that weren't active at all, and I think there's always one big spice blow active. So either while I was flying around out here, like this one might have gotten eaten, and maybe one of the other ones exploded just now. And so I just haven't seen one, but I imagine there's probably a 4th. It's probably a little deeper. It'll probably be in the eye section. But we're gonna go ahead and fly down. I think I'm in G or H right now. Let's see. Yeah, definitely H. So we'll keep flying. We'll see if we see anything, and then maybe we'll go ahead and switch over to I and fly. If we don't see anything in I, we'll go down to G. Or maybe there are two this time that are really close to the PVE. I don't know. It's possible. Be pretty weird, but it's possible. There's a blow in the distance there. Looks like it might already have yeah, it already dissipated though, so it was probably just a small one that happened to explode right before I came into view. There's supposed to be 30 little ones out here now. And I think 8 mediums. So there should just generally be a lot more spice active at any given time. Although I still have a really hard time finding the mediums. They just don't seem to be around all that much. I think they get picked up a lot. I think people really look for the mediums. Is that another ring mouth there? I think that might be it. So that's number 4, and it doesn't have any spice in it either. So it's possible, maybe even probable, that the ring mouth that's active right now just changed. Or maybe there's supposed to be 5, and only 1 is active at a time. Could have sworn there were only 4 last week. And the 4th one I never found until after the update, so I think the 4th one got added after the update. But maybe I'm losing my mind. Who knows? Where we at? We're still pretty... Yeah, we're only in like... That was 7, I think. We still got 8 and 9 to go through. I'm willing to bet that this one way down here. What was it? Was it over here? Yeah, I think it was right over here. Or maybe over here. I don't know. Somewhere in this little area here. I think it was this. Pretty sure that one is probably the active one now. Is that a ring mouth over there? Looks like a pretty open dead spot. Let's go check it out. Definitely another ring mouth. Wow, so we've got 5 out here this time, and they're almost all way out in the deep. Looks like this one's active and being mined right now. Yep. Almost all the way depleted, too. It's crazy that they've been able to deplete this one this much without the ringmouth coming and eating it. Dive bomb! Dive bomb! Cool. Well, I think we found all 5 of them. That was primarily the reason I wanted to come out here with the scout. Was just to identify. Looks like 4 of them across the back here, which is crazy. It really makes you want to set up a spice refinery way back in the back here. And just really get after it. Because there is so much spice. It also makes you think that there's probably going to be a lot of spice refineries out there. Right? Surely there's going to be peeps who are looking to get, you know, as much spice as they can. And because of how far back this is, refining the spice back here is a much, much better idea, I bet you. There's definitely going to be some large spice refineries back here. There's definitely going to be some opportunities for some base raids and stuff. We might need to go ahead and start bringing our las gun or something with us, and just if we see any... Whoa, shit. Oh, I'm right on top of the fucking sand, too. Ooh, that was close. But yeah, so just bring our las gun with us, and if we see any sandstorms going on, we can go ahead and look for a base that maybe has what we're looking for. Good spice refinery. And go zap into it. Actually, I guess I don't want to go back yet either. The other reason I wanted to come out here, the other thing I should be doing, is looking for the locations where I can find the best titanium and stravidium and stuff like that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I have a really bad habit of accomplishing a task and going home. It comes from, I think, my time in Ark. Because that game is just so dangerous all the time. That, you know, you never want to be caught out. With anything, you know. You count yourself lucky. You've done a little scouting. You found a little something. Now it's time to head home. But I need to get away from it because it's not nearly as dangerous in the deep desert as you would think it would be. You know, there are people who are going to fight you, but like I'm in a scout thopter with a fucking thruster. Nobody's going to kill me. I would literally just have to be standing around with my thumb in my butt in order to die in this configuration. I don't know if anybody could kill me if I intentionally, like, stayed near them and did backflips around them. What we got here? Nothing. Okay. So the fact that there are no resources here tells me that there are likely good resources here. Because there's no way there's no resources. I'm also pretty shocked that there are no bases here. I'm willing to bet that that's stravidium or titanium. I don't know which one because I can't freaking see it. Here's a bunch of something. What do we got? Basalt, basalt, basalt. Okay, so this is all basalt. Most of the time, when I find good resources, it's usually in G and H. You don't typically find the really good packs of resources all the way out in the deep. Little stravidium there. All the way out in I. Normally that stuff is in G and H. And I is kind of a wasteland. I don't even really know why I exists because of that. Did a ship just die? Got a little stravidium and a little titanium here. It looks like this is primarily a stravidium spot here. Although it doesn't look like it's a really dense one. Either because it's been harvested, or because it's just not super dense. It's pretty difficult to identify the ones that are not super dense. It's really easy to identify the super dense ones when they haven't been harvested, but it's very hard to determine if something is dense because it's been or if something is sparse because it's been harvested, or if something is sparse because it just happens to be a sparse location. I think the most telling thing is in places where there's lots of resources, there's lots of really good clusters of resources. So you don't usually find just a bunch of ones in the best gathering spots. You find a bunch of like threes. This looks like all granite. Seriously? That's weird. I can't believe that person was ballsy enough to just land right there in front of me and do their scan. That's kind of wild. I mean, I didn't have any rockets on or anything, but I have... Oh, no, I don't have a rocket in my inventory. For a while, I was carrying around a rocket module in my inventory, and I have rockets. Could have gone and found myself a little spot, changed out, blown that dude up. Okay. Here's a base. If there's a base here, that means that maybe they're wanting to be able to gather a good thick clump of resources. So we've got stravidium. We've got water and stuff in here. So this is definitely a refining base. A little bit of stravidium. A little bit of titanium. Doesn't seem like there's a lot. I imagine it's probably a group, like a small group that's trying to go ahead and get some resources, but they don't want to necessarily compete. So they found themselves a small spot where they can get both of the end game resources. But where there aren't necessarily a lot of people, and that seems like a really good idea. But their base is built up too much. And so you know that they're there trying to do some refining. So they have structures, they have storage, they have all that stuff. Here's another spot where we might be having some really good stravidium. There's a busted ass helicopter. Somebody got blown up here. Let's see. Is there anybody else around? We might go take a peek, see inside here. Oh, I'm running on fumes too. I'm gonna have to turn around and head back. Hey, there we go. Wish I had a storage module on me. Oh, and that's a large fuel cell. Hang on. Put that back. Give me that. Thanks. Booyah. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, people blowing people up and then just, like, leaving their resources and shit. Like, that's not the intended PvP loop in this game.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And the fact that it is the existing PvP loop in this game just means that the devs need to do something about the way the deep desert is structured, right? Because players are going to play the game, right? They're going to kill people, they're going to do stuff, and if it's possible to do, they're going to do it. And so the developer's job is not only to come up with an idea of how they want their players to play, but it is to enforce that idea through, you know, mechanics and systems in the game world that will actively inhibit your progress if you play the game in a manner that's too far from that expectation or from that want. And devs are just so skittish about putting their thumb on the scale.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
The idea of, okay, I'm gonna definitely get caught in this sandstorm. But the idea of open world sandbox is just gross. Back to fourth on the board. I have a hunch, a bunch of unique armors now, but everything needs plastanium. That's great. That's real great. You want to have all that plastanium stuff.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Your face is a sandstorm, computer. Let's see what's over here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, there it is. Friggin' time, game. Yeah, see, all the resources in there seem gone, too. But this is definitely the stravidium spot. You see they've got clumps here. So there's a whole lot of nothing. Oh, no, this says stravidium and titanium. I bet you this is a pretty good spot to gather right here. I think I'm going to bail out of the deep desert, though. Let's see if I can outrun this freaking sandstorm. I don't know, because I've got my stupid streamer mode on.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, there it is. Yep, friggin' time, game. Yeah, see, all the resources in there seem gone, too. But this is definitely the stravidium spot. You see they've got clumps here. So there's a whole lot of nothing. love the streamer mode because it obscures kind of where I'm at and stuff, but it was like G5 or G6. I think. I think it was G. It honestly might have been F. Might have ended up moving into the F sector there. I don't know. I don't ever know where the fuck I'm at. Makes me want to turn my streamer mode off. But I also don't want to get stream sniped. I had more than enough of that in Arc. Oh, there's another. Wow, that's 6 for sure. 6 ring mouths. There's a whole lot of ring mouths out here this week. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll explore later when I'm not playing on stream, when I can turn my streamer mode off and mark some stuff down. I wish, honestly, they need to set up some functionality where I can make some markers and like name them and shit. There's a ring mouth in D3. Can't have a ring mouth in D3. Silly ass game. They put out all this information about trying to make the game better and trying to follow their vision and trying to do all this stuff. And then they just make the weirdest fucking decisions. So confused all the time. Don't like it. Apparently there's a ring mouth in D9. Why are there 14 bajillion ring mouths? So here's what I think is happening. Is, they quote unquote handcrafted all of these deep desert environments. And what they mean by that is they allowed the game to procedurally generate all of the dunes. And then they went and they placed all of these different rock outcropping formations by hand to create the deep desert layouts. Is my understanding of how the procedure went. And so they went through, and I'm sure they selected where all of these ringmouth spice blow locations were going to be. And then they changed whether or not half of the deep desert into PvE. And so I'm sure they've got all of these pre-designed deep desert formations that have, different numbers of ring mouth locations and stuff like that. Some of them being in the PvE zone. And they just didn't change those. So I'm willing to bet that those ones inside of the PvE zone probably won't explode. But they're probably still there because they were handcrafted into them before they added the PvE area all the way up to E9, or all the way up to the E row. I don't think they'll explode at all, Gravy. I mean, I guess it's possible. But like last week, we only had 4 ringmouth spice blows, 5 ringmouth spice blows, maybe, that I know of. And this week, I've already found 5, and you've told me of 2 that I haven't found. So that makes 7 this week. So I'm sure it was just, a system of creating quite a bit of variance in, last week, the same, for a while, we only had 3, right? We had the one that was in E6, and then 2 in the really deep desert on the wings. And so it was just cycling through each of those 3 every day. And so you were constantly just going to the same spice blows. And so that would have been a very different faction warfare system than if we had 7, right? You couldn't lock down 7 of them. So I'm sure it's just a balancing thing, trying to keep players being able to sort of take over certain locations and stuff like that, hold those resources for their faction. But your faction system's broken, so it doesn't really fucking matter. I am going to have a really hard time. Thankfully, there's still a lot of PvE stuff I need to do in this game. And so I'm going to be able to, at least keep doing some of that. But I'm going to have a hard time coming up here real soon, staying motivated to keep playing this game if we're not going to even get any information about what they're going to do to fix the faction system. Because they haven't even acknowledged that the faction system is broken at this point. I have seen nothing that says faction system's busted. Here's some steps that we intend to take. Fix it. There's no plan. There's no understanding or acknowledgement. There's no anything. And they've been so vocal about all of the other issues in the game that I'm just really concerned about specifically what's going on with the faction system. Because if that faction system doesn't get fixed, if we don't have actual faction interaction, then this game is not going to be any fun. Like at all. If they don't know what to do yet, then that's almost a worse problem. Because I can tell you what to do. And I'm just one person who's never made a video game in his entire life. And I've come up with a really good solution. So if a whole team of devs that have made not only lots of games in the past, but have also made survival MMO games in the past, can't come up with a solution, then what the fuck? That's awful in ways that I can't even describe. And I'm not saying my solution is perfect, but my solution is at least in the right direction enough that a game developer who has lots of experience should be able to make it actually good. Right? I assume that some of the nuances of what I think would be a good solution probably have some pretty glaring issues that I'm just not identifying. And somebody could point out and be like, see, now this is why specifically that won't work. But that's fine. There's a whole team of them over there. They have the know-how and the experience and the personnel for that to happen. So I'm pretty sad we're not there right now. I kind of want to make these soft step boots and these pincushion gauntlets. And I can make both of them. And I feel like we're going to do that. I I mean, if they don't want to change it, then tell me that too, so I can quit wasting my fucking time. But if this is the game as intended, there's no intention to change what's going on in the deep desert, then that's cool, right? You're the game dev. You get to choose how the game is made. That's great. Let me know that things aren't changing so I can fuck off. That's good for you and it's good for me. Because now I won't be sitting here shitting on your game, right? Leaving bad reviews, getting in the Reddit talking about, how I hate this certain system, stuff like that. Get rid of some of that negativity. Get rid of the people who are actively dookying on your game because of your system being broken. Because you don't want those people in your video game. It makes them want to grief people. It makes them, all kinds of stuff. It is not helping you. The Dune Reddit is full of negativity. People are making posts about how negative the Reddit is. I mean, that's the Reddit loop. The Reddit loop is always people give input. People don't like the input that's given. They start making posts about why we shouldn't be giving that input. I love Reddit, personally, Taco. I get in Reddit all the freaking time. Because Reddit is a huge source of generalized information. Right? Sure, if you go in there and you think that every post you read is indicative of the overall feeling about a video game, then you're going to have a problem. And if you go into Reddit and you don't already have your own opinions and you're not just trying to assimilate other points of view, then you're going to have a problem. But if you go into Reddit and you've already kind of made your own opinions and you're just looking for alternative perspectives, then I think you can get a lot of value out of gaming subreddits. And you just have to not engage with the stuff that you don't want to see. I think a lot of people upset themselves by going into the Reddits and then reading posts with titles that obviously are going to upset them, and then getting in there and arguing with the person on the other side who obviously just has a different opinion than them and isn't going to change that opinion so drastically. Like you're coming from two totally opposite sides of the problem. You're not going to meet in the middle, right? That's not a perspective you're going to be able to assimilate into your viewpoint. So don't fucking read it. All you're doing is making yourself mad. And if you do read it, don't talk to the person. All you're doing is making yourself mad. I love going into Reddit. Sometimes in the moment, I start to get a little pissed off with the people I talk to on there sometimes. But I almost always come out of the experience with a more refined understanding of my own perspective. And that's all I really care about. Right? People upset me when I talk to them, when they have dumb takes or stupid opinions. And it angers me that people are dumb enough to come to those conclusions. But even talking to people who have really, really stupid ideas will refine your own opinion enough that there's some value there. Because the degree to which you have to describe your point of view for them to even be able to almost grasp it just makes you have to think about it a lot more. And it can be aggravating, but it's worth it. But I think it's time to go use the restroom and go get a little something to eat real quick. And then we'll probably do some PvE quests and stuff like that, because we're getting to a point where it's going to be pretty busy out there in the deep desert. So I'm not going to be able to farm very effectively or do anything very effectively out there. So we'll do some PvE stuff. I still got a long way. I mean, I'm still only like level 115, which is a little sad. I've been playing this character for like 2.5 weeks now. So we'll do some more PvE stuff. We'll try and get some of the quest lines done. And then we'll maybe take a look at our skills and like really nail down a skill build. See if we can't increase our ability to kill things. Because right now our ability to kill stuff is gross. Need to bump that up a little bit. But yeah. So give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back and then we'll start looking at some of that. All right, we back. Time to get after these tacos. I can and I will eat all of your people, Taco. With a generous helping of peanut butter and jelly. Honestly, Blighted, um, I just noticed that quite a few of the larger streamers that I watch sometimes um, don't really have titles for their streams. Their streams are more about, the date of the stream. And so I am just copying people who are better than me at streaming. I don't know why it's done that way, but that's what people who are way more successful than me do. So here I am just doing it. The one specifically that I remember was Co-Carnage. But I figured, why do all the work to figure out what I should be putting in my titles myself? They're just more important than the title. We're focused on talking about diverse topics, so a set title besides the game name and such wouldn't really be needed. Huh? I mean, I copied this from Carnage a few weeks ago when they were just streaming Dune. I'm pretty sure their titles said Dune Away. I think they're exactly what mine say: Dune Awakening Live, and then the date. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's honestly something I need to start doing more. I've spent the last year doing things my way, trying to figure stuff out, trying to learn a little bit about color theory so that I put, the right kinds of colors and stuff in my thumbnails so there's not huge clashes. Um, and some different things like that. And that's all well and good to learn about. And it's nice to know a little bit about that so that I understand why other people's thumbnails maybe do really well. But seriously, um, all of these other people have already gone through all the effort of learning all of these things about what elements work, what elements don't work, what title things work, what title things don't work. And I'm basically just redoing all of these different, basically just redoing all of this work that all of these different people have already done. And that's dumb. It's go copy. The person who invented calculus didn't first go reinvent algebra, right? They learned algebra and then they invented calculus on top of that. You should always, 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 always copy the work of the people who came before you and then try and make it better. Delicious tacos. Committed a tiny little genocide on Taco Tacos people there. Just a little one. I mean, that's literally not the words that I just said. Says you should copy and then try and make it a little better. Obviously, if you just copy it word for word, freaking idea for idea, color for color, every single thing, then that's not accurate. But you start from their furthest point, and then you move forward from there. You don't start behind them. They already covered all that ground. And admittedly, it's going to take a pretty significant amount of research, and I'm going to have to start actually doing that, and going into other people's streams. And what am I going to do when I have thousands of people in stream? Be like the happiest person on earth? My brain will glitch out. If there's ever 1,000 people in this stream, my brain will glitch. I might have a heart attack and die the first time that happens. What do you mean with the right people? Oh, I mean, that's not. That's not having thousands of people in your stream, though. Like, that'd be cool, but most of those people would leave almost instantaneously. And those aren't your viewers. Those are that other person's viewers. So while that would be dope, it's not really. Go Carnage raging. Yeah, no. I would rather wait for a long, long time, Blighted. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Nobody knows. I think at least for right now, nobody even knows who I am, though, so thankfully it's not something I have to worry about. I don't even think we need one of those. What were we gonna do? We're gonna do some quests, that's right. That's what I said. Let's get some quests done. I think actually for one of the quests, I need to go ahead. I want to complete the trooper because I want to get the trooper gun. I'm going to need a little Solari, so I might as well go ahead and take enough to pay my taxes. I tend to be a pretty contentious person, so I have a feeling that that's not going to happen. There are 25 tiles in the Landsrad. It's a 5x5 grid. Dumb question. If I'm in the deep desert and I see spice and I compact it, but it disappears, what the heck is happening? The compacted spice doesn't stick around forever. So you want to like compact a little and then gather up a little and then compact a little and then gather up a little. It's got a timer and it'll just disappear eventually. Yo, what's up with that dude's outfit? Oh, it's disappeared. So some of the spice blows, especially the little spice blows in the deep desert, are bugged. So sometimes they look like they're there, but they're not
Welcome,
really.
stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have. Do not underestimate an amount no on more primitive world. And I need a pleasure thrall hung like a. That depends on. Yes. When the mail arrives, wait until you hear where she's never even apologized. Did you actually hear her? Well, when I hear. But until then, no. You know, I won't.
Yeah, so it's just like a glitch. Yeah, it's real obnoxious. Real obnoxious. It tends to happen on the little ones, not on the medium or the large. So that's a big part of why you see me just fly past the little ones all the time. There's about 50% of them that I've tried to get have been not actually there. And that makes me super nerd ragey. So in order to maintain my sanity, fucking A, man. Fucking A. Wrong way. This person is the one up on the balcony. I really wish that I could use my sugar wire claw. In here. There's something on the wing.
I've been waiting
Thing.
for you, Trooper. The withdrawal is creeping. Let's see. Oh, good work, Trooper. I knew I could No. I'm working an angle right now. It just looks that I need that You've been loyal. My lord was... We shared system defense with House Gauger. When the feud between... They swore fealty to for over we slept. Instead, that's... You'll be sorry you said... You're back.
What is my next mission?
There you are. I always want, like, the space, the stims aren't working anymore. I need this. If Dr. enough to kill me. Yes. It just so happens, if any slave crews are buying a master transmitter, I want you to see if you can find the details are in the contract.
Yeah. So they're trying to set it up, or they're going to set it up. Their intention is to set it up where you can. They want to make it so that this is permanent progression instead of weekly progression, is what it sounded like. And so instead of trying to get like say 10,500 every week for the different available schematics and stuff, what they plan to do is to make it an accumulating thing. And so instead of trying to get, 700 every week in every one of these to get 25,000 or 250k Solari, you would do, whatever you could and whichever ones you wanted to and get whatever rewards you got there. But it would accumulate and they would start adding additional rewards after that 14k. And so it's just going to be this like progressive system instead of a weekly system, is what it sounded like they were trying to do. And then, so the rewards are always going to stay the same, I think. Whereas right now they're constantly changing. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure exactly how they're trying to make it all happen, but what they've got going on right now sucks. So are they really? That's weird. You don't have deliver Regis swords? Right, so the point is that they're going to add additional rewards in the future to be sort of tacked on top of what's available now. Or you could run it in cycles where, if you get to 14k personal rewards, then it resets and gives you a new list. So you can then add another 14k and get another set of rewards that follows the same structure. That's interesting. Let me go check it again just to make sure. If that's randomized and like the deep desert isn't randomized, I'll be annoyed. Really? Verota military power regulators, yep. Actually have a bunch of those. Filter extractor Mark 5, UA's Reaper gloves. I don't think I care about any of that. Ooh, micro sandwich fabric. 1 compact compactor Mark 6. I feel like I kind of want that. And I can get quite a bit of micro sandwich. That would be what, 2,000 micro sandwiches? No. Be almost 3,000 micro sandwiches. Well, that's good. I like that they've got all that stuff different. That's the way all of it should be, right? The deep desert should all be different. The lands rad should be different. You don't want people being able to share information across worlds, because that cuts down on the burden that each world has to learn about their own lands rad and their own deep desert. And you don't want to remove that burden. That burden is a huge part of the endgame. I forgot to pay my fucking taxes. What an asshole. Why did I come over here? I wanted to see how many micro sandwiches I have. I don't think I'm... Okay, I only have 123. Well, poop. Same tiles that unlock, but the houses are different. Oh, it was... So you have the same pattern of tiles, but not all the same. That's interesting. Ooh, ships manifests for 52. Improved Holtzman actuators. Don't know if I actually need that. Syndicate gauntlets I might want, though. I have ships manifests. Of course, I don't think I can turn these in anymore. I think they still haven't fixed that. That's crazy. And also, I think, a very good plan. Whoops. Ugh. Kiter's shadow is so freaking laggy, dude. Can't even see this dude's bullets. Alright, entered Kiter's shadow. Kills. Oh, great. So it didn't start counting the slavers that I killed when I was here. So annoying. So freaking annoying. Wait a sec. That means if I know House Verota needs military power regulator, I can start farming now before it unlocks and get it done fast, unless those tasks are randomized for the same houses too. Well, that's interesting. Well, let's take a look. What do you got? What houses do we share? I'm down to check this out, figure out exactly how it works, because we could totally cheat. Get a big old fat advantage. I have Nova Burns unlocked. My Nova Burns is deliver diamondine dust. But they're top right for me. My Nova Burns does not say deliver iron ingots. Mine says diamondine dust. Womp womp. Oh well. Guess I shouldn't leave my vehicle up here. Dude, the lag in this zone is such booty cheeks. Like, just the opposite of fun. Deliver the coded manifest to Kara. Alright, who's gonna remind me that I gotta pay my taxes when I get to Arakeen? Why can't I place my vehicle anyway? I mean, I honestly think it should be all different. The fact that it was potentially not going to be all different was going to be really bad. 'Cause, I mean, that's a huge part of the game loop, right? Is learning all that shit. And they intend to make it an even bigger, better, more important part of the game loop by giving them contracts to allow you to complete instead of just bribing them with spice melange. So, yeah, but I mean, again, when they eventually, hopefully, start making that something that you work on over time, it'll be much, much better. I'm really excited for them setting it up so that you get, you know, your points carry over or whatever to the next week as far as your personal rewards. I think that's fantastic. I think that's really going to give you a lot of stuff to kind of chip away at and do. And it might not be as important for the group players because they're mostly going to be concerned about, you know, bigger lands rat kind of stuff. But it's going to be a huge thing for the solo players. Yeah, I mean, it's really not worth it right now. Because how are you going to get 14K in a week? Before your entire group, you know, your entire faction gets 70. I think that would be insane. You'd have to get 1/7 of the kills. That's never going to happen. Oh, shoot, I can't even participate in the lands rat. I forgot I'm not even in a faction. Totally forgot. That's right. Can't be a hermit if you're joining up with factions. Gotta stick to my guns. Be a loner.
Keep your distance. What do you want?
What is it? Pay invoice, pay total? Well, that didn't make any sense, but okay. Thanks for taking my taxes. I have another quest in here? That one's downstairs.
Poor
Yeah, I don't know what the
trooper.
difference is either.
Did you discover the manifest? Let's see.
Yeah, this
Good
lady's
work.
freaking
I
out.
contacted Dr. Kumari. I told you, right now, you're an next Dune, but you're going to make, as always,
Okay. I want to go see what the hell, whatever this is. What the hell quest did I just do? Search Sheriff's quarters in Erekeen. Pain will reward a unique weapon. Okay. Before I leave Erekeen, let's go ahead and finish this. Because if it's going to give me a unique weapon, I think I want it. Icon has weapon? Who are you? Alright, you're just a super creepy person. Scan the site under the giant cactus in the Odom. Alright, gonna need a scanner. Cool. Let's get back to this one. Arrange the transport.
You're not from around here. We all come to a spice. Have you come for the spice? If you want to avoid 3,000 solar, very good.
Run. Banana.
You're back. I've been waiting for you, Trooper.
Transport is
Trooper,
secured.
if we were in any, it's been an honor to have you. Good news on that front. The mark is a slick. Nalis was in my deepest moments of pain. As much as Dr. Kumari had no such luck. You need to get to that dead. The details are in the and Trooper.
Find the smuggler dead drop. Where? Where is the smuggler dead drop? In the Haga Basin? And then deliver to the Suck Doctor. Okay. Cool. Cool. Also need to go scan the big cactus in the Odom, so we'll go do that also. And then go turn that quest in at Pinnacle Station and get my gun, which has a sniper rifle image, so hopefully I get another sniper rifle. That'd be cool. Do you remember what was the minimum amount of sand needed for the medium refinery? You mean to do... like do a refine is 750. You get 10 per 750 sand. For a small is 100 per one sand. Or sorry, 100 per one melange. Yeah, so you save yourself 25% just by using the medium. Probably should make this. Probably need this out in the deep desert. On sait la nuit. You know, that's a good question, Gravy, and I actually don't know. Give you a good weapon or something at the end of a quest chain that uses it. Never gotten the blueprint. Weird. What are you trying to get? A million what? I'm very confused. Search Takwa's watch. A million sand. What the hell are you gonna do with 7,000 spice melange? If you think you're gonna get a million sand without leaving the PvE area, you are in for a rather upsetting day. Rule the server, okay. I love the ambition. I think it's fantastic. Can't wait to see it. Ravi, you gonna let her talk to you like that? Thought you were the guild leader. She talking about sending you out to do stuff. Okay, dude, if you don't get your ass up on top of this fucking rock. I officially hate everything. Oh, it's down here anyway. Well, why didn't this work a second ago then? Or is this the part where I need the life scanner? Nope. Just supposed to click a little thing. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Reach the house of Peak. Being sacrificed to Shialud. That's funny. I mean, that's probably a good way to get a bunch of spice, right? Sacrifice a person to Shialud a couple dozen times. Maybe you'll get blessed. Sacrificing taco. Well, y'all are sacrificing taco for a million spice sand. Like, give it to the next guy. Oh, that's pretty funny. Hey. Don't you Benny Gesserit me, you little shit. Okay, can't hit the guy. That's fine. He was just standing still. No big deal. This one little melee dude is gonna beat my ass. Yeah, what's up now, punk? He's shot in the face. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing now? I found the thing. Now, what's it say? Search for the plans. Jackass. Alright, got the plans. Do I get to talk to the issuer now? Nope. Search for the map. Don't roll the map. Roll the map. uh... Did you have trouble finding the map too? Oh, you're talking about spice. Never mind. Okay, it's like directly underneath me. I think I found you.
They're coming.
Accidentally went the right way. Fantastic. That's what I like to see right there. Yeah, y'all gotta be rocking those Mark 5s with the Mark 6 wings. That's what you need. Whoops. Don't you shoot that poison shit at me. Viggy, Viggy, Viggy. You've been a bad monkey. Okay, now I think I have to follow. Maybe it's over in this corner. No. I came up through there, so I probably gotta go up and around here. Yeah, no, those Mark 6 wings are so freaking important. Okay. What the hell, game? Like, this is obviously where the thing should be. It was right in front of my face. Holy crap. I mean, I don't need a shield on. Okay? I'm super good at this game. Don't need shields. Oh my god, how long is this quest? I blame the fact that I grew up in the desert around actual snakes. Okay, well, if you just did it, what's the weapon that you get? And should I even care? Dope ass. Was it doper than my dope ass sniper, though? Because my dope ass sniper does 262 damage. So if it's not doper than my... Oh, it is the Fear's best. Oh, okay. So you get... You're getting another of these same... Because I got this one from the Mentak questline. Is where I got my Fear's best. So being able to get another one of those actually does sound pretty good, but I don't really need it right now. Because I have, you know, the one I'm using. Um, if there, if the item that you got doesn't have a blueprint, then even if you don't have the blueprint, you should be able to repair it. Like, I don't have Thufir's best blueprint, but I think I can repair my Thufir's best. Which means I don't think there is a blueprint for it. Then there must be a recipe for it. There was a sniper I was using, I feel like. Let's see, Thufir's best. Yep. Recipe unknown, you're right. So it changes how much it requires based on how low it is. So like mine's gonna take 10 duraluminum, 8 silicon, and 3. Yeah, that's too bad. I really hope that I find myself You have the recipe for Thufir's with 2 permits? Yo, how'd you get that? I mean, on the bright side, at least Dima and Taco can get theirs repaired because Gravy can just repair them. Since he's got the thing. That's awesome. Good for you. Oh, do you have a plastanium version of Thufir's best? Gravy? Or is it the duraluminum version? Because if there's a plastanium version, I will just be so happy. I mean, if you got it from the PvP Deep Desert, I feel like all of that stuff has to be plastanium tier. Got a ready-to-go weapon and a blueprint with 2 permits. Wow. Yo, that's real dope. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, Daima. Access the upper floor of Kiter's Shadow. Were they the X leggings, Taco? Pretty sure I just jumped down from where I was supposed to be. Let me back up.
Sector weather
X-Core.
alert.
Yeah, I've got
A
like
large
5 or 6 of those too.
approaching.
Ooh, Idaho charge chest. I actually just put on my Tabor soft step tier 6 soft step boots. Minus 45% worm threat. Booyah. And I actually just made my pincushion gloves too. Plastanium tier gloves. Hey there, dude. See, this is why I don't equip shields. That guy had a shield disruptor. I think that dude's a boss. And he's kicking my ass. Don't kill me. Don't you do it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
200k Solaris, jeez. No. Okay, what am I supposed to be looking for? Take the commander's servo stim transmitter. Fantastic. Hey. Knock it out. You can sell the whole weapon for 80 tonight. Well, yeah. Oh. Got storm. You can buy Thurfier's Best in the auction house, 45k. You can sell the whole weapon for 80 to 90. Sell mine, get the thing to make it, still make... Yeah, absolutely. It's weird to me that the blueprint is cheaper than the actual weapon. You would think that the blueprint would be more expensive because it gives you the ability to repair the weapon. Okay, why is it so hard to get out my stupid thing? This has been becoming like a real problem just in the last day or two. Nobody saw that crash, right? We're all just gonna pretend that... No. Nobody saw I'm perfect. And if for some reason I failed or wasn't perfect, it's one of y'all's fault, not mine. I think today is going to be Dimma's day. Every mistake I make is Dimma's fault for the rest of the day. Crash into a wall, blame Dimma. Good luck with that. I have proof it's your fault. You're in the chat, being a distraction. It's very well documented that distracted driving causes accidents.
I've been waiting for you. Very good. It is a complex Oh, one last...
There you go. I got a witness. Plus, this is being recorded. You're cooked, dude. You're totally fucking cooked. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Dimma. I would never, ever put my life or the lives of the passengers in my ornithopter in danger by intentionally participating in distracting activity while trying to drive. That's only in some states. That's fair enough, I guess. That's fair enough. Okay, it's the 9th of July. It is no longer the 4th of July. If my neighbors don't stop shooting off fucking fireworks, I'm gonna fight somebody. Holy crap balls. It's almost been a week. Put the fireworks down. I'm fine with a little patriotism. But that's not the goal here. The goal here is to be an obnoxious twit. Let's fucking save them things till next year. Says visit Kara and Erakeen. Now she's moved? What is this? What is this? Are you no longer about to die?
Trooper. Your old sergeant cleans up pretty. I feel better. First round's on me. I want to thank you again. Oh yeah, but Trooper.
Mendex Rattle. Oh, I feel like I already had that one before. Is it Post Malone's birthday? I mean, I like Mendex Rattle, and I like the rifle. I might not get rid of it. Might keep it, might use it. It's nice to have backups. But I might have the blueprint for that one. Nope, doesn't look like I have it on this character. I definitely have it on the other character because I made it last time. This one. We have now completed the entire trooper. Well, fuck it. Let's go take a look at the exchange. Just for grins. Let's see. Weapons, rifles, Index Rattle 60k, Lufier's Best 128k, Assassin's Rifle 33k. Mendex Rattle. Will the schematics show up in the same area, or do I have to go somewhere else to find schematics? Find resources. Plastanium ingots. 6,400 per plastanium? Wow. That's stupid. Spice melange, 5,000. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. A 1,000 Solari per duraluminum ingot. Ah, thank you. Unique schematics. I don't see like anything in here. Oh. It's at the bottom. Got it. I'm just an idiot. Let's see, 95K, 90K, 115K. Honestly, I kind of just want to buy one of these. I wish that even if there wasn't even if there wasn't one there. So this is the las gun that you can get right now. I wish you could still see them, you know? Also, what's this weird shit where it keeps, if you double click something, it minimizes? They really gotta knock that off. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Yeah, there's a whole lot of schematics that just aren't available. I wish that you could still see the item, though. Even if none of them were up for sale. There's... I think it's 9 melange or 1 tier 6 scout wing, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere between 9 and 14. I guess I could look it up for you, but I'm an asshole. And my general anger is rising the more they fire off these fireworks. I'm about to not be in a good mood anymore, which is sad because I've been in a good mood all day. like a really good mood all day. But these fools are testing my patience. Oh, you know what there hasn't been all day? Smiley guy. So sad, no smiley guy. That's what I'm saying. It's not even the 4th anymore. Knock it off with the fireworks. It's not funny. You're not cute. Nobody cares if you're just having a good time. Just knock it off. Or accept the fact that at some point there's going to be a very angry fat guy screaming at you from his porch in his underwear. Because that's the next step. Can I make... I think it's the Regis sword. How many of these can I make? I can only make 2. Sad. $14 melange. There's no way people are actually buying melange for 5,000 apiece. Like, that's just stupid. Oh, gosh, I wish there were thumpers in real life. I would totally thumper some houses right now. Like, oh, you suck at life so much that you can't be a decent person for 5 minutes? Thumper. I was talking to myself again. Alright, finally got rid of all those. Okay. Let's see. Research. More weapons. I actually think I might be about to get all of the weapons unlocked. I don't know that there is anything else for me to research. Okay, well, I guess there's some water stuff. That's fine. But I've got all the buildings. I've got... That doesn't matter. I've got... I guess a buggy booster and a sandbike booster won't be terrible. Yeah, I've got pretty much everything. And I'm only level 120. I really don't know what to do with myself. As far as research goes. I think we should go with the Bene Gesserit line, though. This is the reason I had stopped the Bene Gesserit line before. Because it wanted me to use this stupid scanner. And I hate the stupid scanner. I was not paying attention. It. Girl, you really got me now. You're gonna die because I drill shotted you. Oh yeah. Haha. Go to House of Elim. Ooh. Ooh, piece of candy. No. I did not know that you could Shigawire claw while you were on the wall. I definitely thought that you had to jump off the wall to Shigawire. That is life-changing. I need to get these research points. Not that I really need them. But since they're here, I might as well go ahead and get them. Here we go. Well, nope, that's not the way. You're dead. You're dead. 'Cause I shot you with my drill shot. Now you're so dead. So freaking dead. Oh. I don't even have to fight you. 'Cause you suck. Hit the brakes. They'll fly right by. Okay, just ended up right back in here. Got it. How useless. Deliver the fragment to Jacosta. Pretty sure that means go to Harko Village. Is that accurate? Nope. Hang on a second. I really, really wish that we could set permanent icons on the map. There is so much value to being able to kind of know where you're going and why you're going there and leave a little bit of information. And I mean, especially because you've got sync charts and stuff, that would be a really, really good functionality for sync charts as well, to be able to put, you know, if you were in a guild and you found like a raid target, to be able to put that raid target on there and then send it to everybody on a sync chart so that it's just super easy for them to figure out where you're trying to go and shit. Because sync charts are basically useless at this point, so it'd be cool to see them get a little something something, you know? What does the sync chart actually do? I don't understand from reading it. So it copies one of your grids, right? Like A1, A2, whatever, or one of your Haga Basin grids. And it allows somebody to unlock that grid and see exactly what you see on your map. So it's extremely powerful because it shows not just the big locations like testing stations and stuff that you found. If you do a big scan, it also shows all of your all of the nodes and stuff that you've discovered with the small scans, with the hand scanners, or, you know, the scanner that's on the ornithopter or the sand bike or whatever. So you can like figure out where all the nodes are and stuff like that and get a lot of really good information that you can share with other people on your sync chart.
This is
The problem
fascinating.
is
His he was a
that
man of some. We don't know. I've been waiting.
they're
And
extremely
to celebrate
expensive.
the
I mean,
Udin
1.5k Solari per sync chart, and there isn't really any need to use them to transfer information because you can just tell each other stuff. There's just not enough stuff going on out in the deep desert yet to really make them valuable, unfortunately. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. We passed a ton of levels. We were 115 earlier. We were only like 112 at the beginning of the day. We've almost passed 10 levels today. Because of all the scouting and all that other stuff we've done. So let's unlock a Dusif. Let's unlock a giant ass blood pack. Why not? Good night, Gravy. I will see you next time. Actually, I think I might go ahead and just call it for the day also. I think that sounds like a good idea. I got up late, got a late start today. I need to try and recalibrate myself a little bit here. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead and do that. But thanks everybody for coming out and hanging out and chit-chatting with me as I rant and rave about things that don't really matter. We'll definitely be back on again tomorrow since my internet seems to be good. And I know now if that happens again, I can just go unplug it and plug it back in and it'll all be working again. So yeah, we're going to keep trying to get ourselves leveled up and, you know, improve our build a little bit here so that we can go out into the deep desert, do the testing stations, maybe have some PvP and stuff. Yeah, you too, Lycan. So thanks again, everyone, and I will see you all on the next one, probably tomorrow.